And yeah, we're gonna skip the news crawl because of it too. Okay. So I'm up on all the other platforms. Okay. And yeah, so you're dealing with a C++ direct show bug. Yeah, you want to like rubber duck it? Hey, yeah, let's do that for sure. All right, a different kind of serverless. That's the name of our talk. Ah, I can't do that. All right, hold on. But yeah, how's everyone's Monday? How's your week starting? And yeah, I'm pretty pumped on that tweet I made. I did this last week as a preemptive strike, just because of all the WordPress drama. And I'm not even kidding. I totally did do that. Like basically when the drama started. Can't wait for Friday night. You're a ways away. It'll be a little bit. Uh, so you could, but sadly, it's a bit specific to one manufacturer's codec. Different codec works, but the heap is blowing up for the other. Throws an NTDLL heap error after the program is finished running. So the transcoded file has already been written. A little too deep for your knowledge, and yeah. ChatGPT and Claude, like, yeah. So Hausa, I've stopped shipping music to YouTube because they are overly strict about demonetizing streams, and I believe the demonetizing probably impacts the algorithm and stuff like that too. So yes, sorry Hausa, we do not have audio over on YouTube anymore, which means you can put on whatever music you want now. If you are curious about what we're listening to, I can always paste the album for you. That's easy enough. If you want to listen along. I need to make a bot that does that. Right? Like just port our song bot to respond over to YouTube as well. So yes, it'll look a little odd with me bobbing my head to nothing basically over on YouTube, but I think it's fine. Like even when I did royalty-free music, it was still getting demonetized. So I gave up on it. All right, so let's do this. Sure. Yeah, it's a feature. I mean, I'm bopping my head to Barbie Girl right now, right? Totally. All right, so we basically just need to adapt the talk that I gave previously. All right, we need to trim it down to a nice, clean 10 minutes. We can close some of these other things. PNPM dev. I mean, it's a mini scruff. I don't mind answering some of those questions from time to time, depending on what you're asking. Especially for people that have been around, at least. You know, it's when it's someone's first message in here that it's something I'm less keen on. And yes, maybe that does harm my growth as a streamer by being less approachable for brand new people, but it does protect my mental sanity. And yeah, I'm starting to get the hang of this typing. Ah, see? Yeah, exactly, right? It really is tough. And, you know, the empathy does go both ways, right? So I need to be more empathetic to, you know, to viewers who are maybe new to Twitch and don't realize how common of a trope it is. But they could also use a little bit of empathy as well, right? So it cuts both ways. All right, so one thing I think I want to do already. Did you not enjoy streaming? Or are you still doing it? I feel like I followed. No, I don't follow you. All right. Well, now I do. That was easy. That was easy. No, it's fine. Yeah. No stress. All right, let me double check something here. That should be an H2 then, right? Nope, that's also an H1. That looks like an H2. Okay, so I think for at least the H1 and H2, and we'll do this dot dark H1 and dot dark H2. Oh. Yeah, like what kind of stuff were you doing? Let me double check I have this title correct. On there are free camps, right? So free code camp is a great one. I would say doing projects is worth it. There's Odin Project, right? I would say just pick one of them, right? Don't get lost in like tutorial hell. Yep, exactly. 100 Devs is especially good because they have an awesome community in which you would join their Discord and you can help motivate each other. You can also work with people to build things. Oh, he's got a broken image that he. Oh, a couple broken images. Interesting. But Leon's the man. Mayan Wolf is also. Yeah, they want experience. You can get experience by building projects for small clients, right? Become familiar with the developer to client handoff, right? Because you don't want to be on the hook for doing their stuff forever, right? So find little like small mom and pop businesses where you can set them up with a Squarespace or some other like, cheap and easy hosting platform, but you build out the site for them. Things like that. Try and do it cheaply. Possibly do it for free. You don't have to tell people you did it for free on your resume. But having experience with the client handoff aspect of things and how the business of web dev works can help get you into that process as well. Easiest companies to get jobs at are agencies or places where they do client work. So you having experience with that client process is huge, regardless of if you got paid. You don't tell them whether you got paid or not. That shouldn't come up. Oh, yeah. What's a good interview practice site? That's fine. You can start building out back end stuff too. Um, Free Code Camp, 100 Devs, they all cover the back end. No, no, that's fine. I don't know what that is. Yeah, practice mock interviews and coding practice. Sure, I'd say give this one a shot. Why not? Right? Look for and find any of them. It is a very hard time in the market right now, though, on Kells. One thing I would say is don't focus on getting a remote job immediately. As a junior, you have a better chance of getting hired for a job that you have to go into. Until you can prove yourself, remote is not something that you should treat as a deal breaker or not. That doesn't mean you don't apply to remote roles too, but as a junior, you're going to need a lot more hand holding and help, and that is so much harder to do over the internet. But all right, so back to what we're doing. All right, and I made that the wrong color. I want that to be black. All right, yeah, I think that looks all right so far. So for this talk, yeah, we're going to have to cut out a lot of stuff. So let's just go to the slides and let's consider what we need and don't need. So an intro, some WASM basics, history, support, usage. I think that part's okay. I might leave the WASM basics alone for now, even though it's a bit much. So the ASM.js stuff we definitely delete. I do want to shout out the birth and death of JavaScript. If we have time. You know, I think this is going to be less strict about the 10-minute limit. Yeah, talk duration up to 20 minutes. So I got enough time to dig into some of this stuff, more so than I did at the SquiggleConf presentation. All right, so hold on, real quick though. I have to pee. I've been chugging this tea. Oh, sorry. Sorry, one second. All right, so let me go pee. I'll be right back, and I'll see you in a sec. And hey, what's up? What you up to, Tiago? Just give me a minute. I got a small bladder at the moment.
Swing, swing.
Okay, so let me get some more tea in me. That was the end of that album, though. Let me get another one going. And yeah, sorry, Tiago. I have to work on these slides first because it turns out they're due today. Like, we're gonna like record the pre-recorded version of it today as well. Now, most of what I have is already done from a previous talk I gave at Seattle JS, so that makes it a little quicker and easier. But that was a 45-minute talk. This is a 20-minute max talk. So we got to like kind of like delete some things and then practice a little bit. This is for JS Nation in New York in a month and a half. Yeah, I am going there physically. Yep, yeah. So for JS Nation, I'll be there. I'm gonna do the speaker dinner that's like the night before. I'll probably be there a couple days early just to like enjoy it and have fun. See some comedy shows again. Janhua, one of our other mods, lives right there in Jersey, so we hung out, went and saw a comedy show, and just drank and hung out beforehand. So yeah, I'm down. Like, let's coordinate that. That'd be great. I love meeting people from stream in person. Like, seriously, all of y'all, if you ever see me out at a meetup or a conference or something, don't hesitate to say hi. It's like, yeah, I love it. Makes me feel more important than I actually am. All right, so I think the limitations make sense. The history being trimmed down makes sense. That part makes sense. What I think I want to do here is we're going to make this outside the browser. And hold on, I'm going to go pop open my SquiggleConf talk and just copy and paste some of that content. But yeah, for sure, Krasner. That would be awesome. There's also the Terminal Coffee event. Oh, I missed your poem. Yeah, 1 second. So yeah, if you're going to be in New York for this event, could be worth checking out. And hold on, let me check the poem. After pee, been chugging this tea. Hold up, chat. Please don't flee. There you go. Nailed it. Whose talk is that, Escamania? That's not my talk. Okay, so oh, you know what? That's not it. Um shit. Ah, that's it. Okay. I thought I had this somewhere. Maybe it's in the Get Kraken. That was it. Okay, so this is not going to be about Xism at all, but I do want to grab like all these sections. All right, so where do I mention Wasi? You know what? I'm going to grab just all of these images because I think I end up using a lot. Okay, so then yep, I got to turn off prettier on this project. Because it is going to break all of my slides. And yeah, what's everyone doing? Anything cool? I mean, I'm still getting used to my new keyboard. Yeah, what did you get? Oh, that's right. There you go. Yeah, those ones seem cool. Yeah, we had someone else in here talking about the corny as well. Nice. Nice. Okay, so that one looks good. That one looks good. Steering wheel for racing games? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of racing games. I like the ones that are like career focused. I find those really fun. But to me, it's like the RPG aspect of it that I find more fun than the racing itself. So yeah, like Gran Turismo 2, one of my favorite games. Definitely my favorite racing game of all time. Even though that's like less RPG, there's still just like the building up of your garage and all your cars and customizing and all that stuff. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, yeah, I bet it's good. Is that the one that also has like driving in the snow? There you go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, yeah, Need for Speed Underground was always fun because they had a good like career mode. They're hard. Yeah, it takes a lot of getting used to. I think especially with a wheel. Okay, so that looks good to me. So then here in usage, yeah, we got these. Okay, cool. So, yeah, let's look at our slides then. Yeah, so all of those image links are actually a dot dot, a declarative language. What, you mean like Terraform? Right, HCL or whatever they call it. One could argue that templating in most modern web frameworks is actually declarative. Yep, it's still a language, technically, and it is declarative. I think I missed it for. Okay, so we do it for those. I didn't do it for these yet. There we go. All right, so we're back to being able to compile. So then we get into this kind of stuff. Sure. Awesome basics. What is WASM? Hmm. I might want to fine tune the styling of that one. And Paycov and Zach Boss. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome. So then language support. Okay. Hmm. So that images folder is there. Yeah, what's up, Seb? How you doing? So I guess it's only for the images that are in front matter where we navigate directly, and then all the others are relative to root. No. Yes, this is different from the other presentation I made where I just used the slides.md file at the top. There we go. Okay. Okay. I think that works. So then this should be doable like that. Okay. Let me just do a refresh just to be sure. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, so the absolute pathing to the images folder will work. Let me grab some more of the styling stuff we're doing. Now, why is that. Hold on, I think I just have to refresh when I update the styling. No. Interesting. So why is that broken? Is it because we're nested within the p tag? If I change it from 50%, I bet we're good. Right? If I make it VH instead, I'm pretty sure we're good. There it is. All right, so then yes, a real world example. We go into orderly. I can't do the demo. We can go into that stuff. SQ local we can go into. OPFS I definitely want to cover. You can WASM on GitHub pages, but you can't use OPFS on GitHub pages. All right, so let's look at the hosting part. So yeah, shared array buffers and OPFS. You know, that part you'll run into issues with. There's a way you can kind of work through it, but it's not ideal. So for the shared array buffer support, yes, you're not going to be able to do WASM that needs that, which means that you have to like message pass. You can probably use WASM on itch.io. Not 100% certain. Looking at one thing real quick. My thumbnail on Twitch is interesting. But all right, yeah, let's get back to it. Yes, Godot is almost certainly exporting to Wasm, but it's possible it's doing raw WebGL. I don't know. You'd have to look into it. No, I'm not talking about games whatsoever. All right, so let's do a quick rendition of this. First, hold on. Why is that? There we go. Yeah, let me just grab all of that. We're going to override it. All right. Let's see. We'll do the presenter notes. That way I get my timer. I just want to do like a quick and dirty version of this just to like see what my timing's like. So, hello everyone. Today I'm going to be talking about a different kind of serverless, a case study for SQLite and Whisper.cpp running purely in the browser. So first off, a little bit about me. I'm a developer advocate at GitKraken. I'm a Twitch streamer, a lazy YouTuber, and a beanie enthusiast. You can find me on all social platforms as CM Griffing, right? So Twitch, Twitter, LinkedIn, Threads, Blue Sky, right? All over the place, CM Griffing. But let's get down to it. Wasm basics. So first off, what is Wasm? Well, Wasm is WebAssembly. It's an open standard, and it aims to support any language on any operating system. Well, let's look at what a textual representation of Wasm might look like. And here we see the module, the function that is exporting a function called main, and the result of that function will be an i32. It's also going to take in an argument that defaults to 42, or we're doing something with it. I'd have to double check what that's actually doing, and then it just returns. So yeah, pretty nifty. That's just the textual representation, though. This is actually what that turns into in the binary of the Wasm. So when you're writing in Wasm, you're going to compile to this binary format, right? So compilation is required. You're pretty much never going to write Wasm by hand. The first couple lines, we can see there's a magic number to identify this binary as Wasm. There's also the version that it was. We can see that there's like the type and the size. There's the number of types and the function and the amount of parameters and the number of results. And the result type is going to be i32, right? We get the function signature. We get the export section. And we get the function section. Finally, the logic section where the work is being done. And then the end This is where the binary denotes that it's over. So you're probably never going to need to like read this binary yourself, but I think it was at least worth showing like kind of how it's structured and how it's built up. So the pseudocode of that looks kind of like this. Those like binary chunks that we saw together, this could kind of read as that pseudocode kind of broken up as the sections in that. So it's a binary specification. You can read more about it. Check out the spec on the webassembly.github.io spec itself. But let's actually consider some of the history for Wasm. So, started in 2011, and I believe in 2022, we were also given a proposal for Wasm 2.0. Another, like, basically, people have been thinking about ways to make faster code for the web with better memory management, better types, better numbers, besides just JavaScript for a long time, right? Over 10 years now. WASI, which is the WebAssembly System Interface, is designed by Mozilla. It provides a POSIX-like feature set, so like file I/O or networking or things like that. And something really powerful about Wasm and WASI combined can be related to this quote from Solomon Hykes, the creator of Docker. If Wasm and WASI existed in 2008, we wouldn't have needed to create Docker. That's how important it is. WebAssembly on the server is the future of computing. Pretty powerful. To me, the thing that made Wasm click and like what the power of it could be was this talk by Gary Bernhardt. It's called The Birth and Death of JavaScript. And it's actually not a really like negative talk about JavaScript. It merely goes through like the history of JavaScript and what Wasm could do for us. Basically, if you have a compiler that can target Wasm, then you can have that compiler running in Wasm probably too. And oh my God, right? It's compilers all the way down. It's a very important talk, and he basically predicted the future that we're seeing play out right now. When we think about languages that support Wasm, such as exporting to it, the big ones are C, C++ using Emscripten. Rust and Go also compile to Wasm. There are also stable languages like C#, Zig, and Lua, and there's many more. And if you want to see like this list that is kept up to date, check out this GitHub repo from AppCypher. So what if you want to run some Wasm? Well, for the most part, most modern browsers support it, which means no, you're not going to do that in Internet Explorer. Hopefully you're not writing any code for Internet Explorer anymore. If so, I'm sorry. But what about running Wasm outside of the browser? Well, there's Xdism, WasmTime, Spin, and Wasmer. All these things really just make it easier to deal with the headaches of getting Wasm running inside of your code, because you will need some kind of runtime inside of these environments. So yes, Xdism is really powerful because it's like a plugin system. So you could write code in Rust that runs inside of a Go application. As long as you have that Wasm compatibility layer, you're good to go. So pretty cool stuff, right? And there's more runtimes. So I would say go check out AppCypher's awesome Wasm runtimes, which is nice because it's basically rhymes, doesn't it? Some popular apps using Wasm. Well, Figma was one of the first big ones to use it. I think they adopted it in 2017, so they really like took a bet on their future. And nowadays, yes, their infinite canvas is Wasm code because the memory management of it and the rendering and all that just makes more sense using an optimized binary. But CapCut, 1Password, Google Earth, uBlock Origin, and Lichess all use Wasm in very significant ways. Now, there are some limitations and concerns with Wasm. In the browser, you don't get direct DOM access. RAM usage could be a concern. And most of the time, it's going to have to run within a web worker, which means you're going to be passing data back and forth. You can get around some of that with shared array buffers, but shared array buffers have their own kind of quirks of when you can use them and how. Outside the browser, there's limited system access, which is solved by WASI, but you need WASI actually working within the runtime that you're using the Wasm in. So, that could still be a limitation. It depends on your OS and some of those things as well. Now, when it comes to security concerns, right, like not just Wasm limitations, but security concerns, well, number one, it's a binary, so it's a bit obfuscated. So you can't necessarily see exactly what's running without some type of like decompiler, which means that Wasm could maybe embed something malicious and you wouldn't necessarily know. We run into this problem with JavaScript all the time anyway, because you can obfuscate JavaScript into all sorts of things where it's just this string that you can't read, but if you can't read it, you could probably assume that it's doing something malicious. Another concern is shared array buffers, right? So Spectre Meltdown was a thing, a few years ago, 2018-ish, where it led to some major vulnerabilities and timing attacks and things like that, where the entire browser was compromised at that point, right? There was ways of escaping the shared array buffer, and it was no good. So instead, nowadays, you need a secure context. So you need an HTTPS site. And the cross-origin resource policy is going to need to be set up for it as well. So shared array buffers do have some rigmarole for setting it up, and we'll dig into that a little bit here when I talk about how I did the hosting of my project. So let's actually dig into my project, a real-world example, right? I made a thing, I called it orderly. I don't know. I just looked up synonyms for, I think, secretary or something like that. But the main gist of it, we're not going to do a demo, but the main gist is I wanted to have something where I could dictate, using my voice and microphone, a book or a blog post or things like that, right? Why be limited by the speed at which I can type when we have things on the internet already that can listen to me saying stuff and turn that into text for me? That is Whisper, that we'll talk about a little more. And I also wanted to do this without a server because I'm not made of money. So I wanted to host this as cheap as humanly possible and let the client or the browser actually do all the heavy lifting. Now, the architecture of this app, it's a long list, but we'll dig into it. There's React 18. I made this over a year ago, so 19 was not really on the table for me. I'm using Mantine for the UI components. I'm using SQL Local for SQLite in the browser, which we'll dig into in a bit. Whisper.cpp is the Whisper LLM or AI tool or machine learning or whatever you want to call it, that is going to take my audio recorded from my microphone and turn that into text. And that runs just purely in the browser because this is a C++ port of the original Python code. For state management, I'm using Yotai. I just like how simple Yotai is. I like the atomics. I export to PDF using PDF.js. I'm using Day.js for date stuff. Tree rendering, so there's a file tree on the left. That's React Arborist. Text case conversion, Case. This library is probably my most used dependency ever, just converting between camel case and kebab case and all those other cases. Really just nice and simple, and why write that yourself all the time? And then finally, an ORM, because like I said, I'm using SQLite. The ORMs I'm using are Keasley and Drizzle. So I think I go into that deeper. We'll double check, but let's keep going a bit. So SQL Local. It is very cool. You can run any SQLite query you want. It is threaded, so it won't block your main thread, and it's persisted via OPFS, which is the Origin Private File System, which is faster than IndexedDB, and it operates in the same kind of way as a file system. It's even represented on your local file system in a very similar way as the local file system, but it's not meant for human consumption. It's meant for a browser or some other consumer to use it. But it's faster than IndexedDB, and that's the main reason I picked it. Now, OPFS, right? It's part of the File System Access API. It's had basic support in all major browsers since 2021. Like I said, it's not the actual OS file system. It's not meant to be visible to users, but you can find it if you dig deep enough. There's no permission prompts or security checks, right? And it still has the same browser storage quotas as IndexedDB or local storage. So your browser is still managing how much it can use and all that stuff. And I believe you can configure that yourself. There's also APIs to query how much space is left available to you. So your applications can maybe inform the user that they're running out of space. And it's usable from the main thread or a web worker, which is nice because we're using a web worker for SQL Local, so we needed the web worker access. But being able to use it from the main thread is also useful if you don't want to pay the serialization cost between your main thread and a web worker. And the nice part is that web workers are allowed to use synchronous operations, which makes our code a little easier to reason about when we're working with it. Rather than having to do the async await and all these things being, promises all the way down, we can just use synchronous operations inside of our web worker to make our code easier to reason about. So yes, next part, for the ORMs, I used Keysly just for my migrations because I'm running these migrations in the user's browser as the app runs. I didn't necessarily want to compile that into the script that would run like how Drizzle does from their CLI tool, because I wanted this to be like as dynamic as possible. So it's used for creating the tables and indexes and the initial DB seeding. It's more of a query builder compared to a full ORM like Drizzle. It was made by the creator of Objection.js, which is a very popular library, but Keysly is more like type safe these days. But the thing is, it's no magic. It's just SQL, which also means that it's not handling relations and stuff for us. So instead, I opted for Drizzle to do my actual querying because I wanted relations. I wanted like embedded like foreign key stuff. And when I query for a book, I want to get the embedded chapters, things like that. And the SQL allows me to do that nice and easy, but I don't want to have to write all the SQL by hand. That's what Drizzle is for. So yeah, pretty cool. But because Drizzle does migrations via a CLI tool, I had to like do this weird hybrid of these two things. And because it's a WASM-based app, the extra like payload and overhead of having these two tools was really minimal compared to the WASM code that I'd be shipping anyway. So then let's think about some considerations. Number one, I had to think about like an app ready state. So in my Yotai code, like, how I'm setting up my state management, I needed to be aware of like making any of my Yotai state not actually kick in and try to query for things until my migrations had finished running. So I had to set up an app ready kind of hook for the rest of my application to use. Suspense was needed because there is going to be like asynchronous reading and writing from the front end to the web worker, right? And there's going to end up being a lot of like start transition magic inside of the React code. Now, one thing to improve this is, I can do some optimistic UI and debouncing to make the experience a little better, especially when doing controlled inputs and things like that. It just makes sense because it's writing to a file system that is slower than reading and writing from RAM, so it would be a noticeable thing for the user to deal with that latency. So now let's dig into what Whisper.cpp is. Right? It's a robust speech recognition via large-scale, weak supervision. I don't know that much about LLMs or AI or any of that, but I do know that it's open source, it's MIT licensed. The original Whisper was created by OpenAI, written in Python. You can use it via the CLI or inside of Python code, but Whisper.cpp makes it so that we can use it in a WASM context. Now, one thing to remember is, we're going to have to deal with models. You don't necessarily want to have the user download all of these models immediately, and they may not even have a machine capable of running the large model because you would need about 10 gigs of VRAM. This is according to the Whisper website, right? So just keep in mind that if your user is on a memory-constrained machine, you may want to inform them in your UI to pick a smaller model. Now, they will be slightly slower, especially if you're running Whisper.cpp in a CPU context, which it does. So let's actually talk about Whisper CPP. It's a plain C++ implementation with no dependencies. Apple Silicon is a first-class citizen, which means it's optimized via ARM Neon, Accelerate Framework Metal, and Core ML. So pretty much any platform can support it. It gets AVX intrinsics, which means, your x86 architectures can use some of their like SIMD operations to be much faster. There are 0 memory allocations at runtime, which is incredibly interesting, right? So Whisper.cpp itself isn't going to be adding so much extra like memory overhead. That's just going to be from the models that you have loaded. It also gets efficient GPU support via web GPU. That is something that you have to turn on via your browser. It's not actually on by default yet. It's experimental in Chrome, but you could turn it on and see, maybe less of your CPU getting used and your GPU getting leveraged instead. And it has a nice C-style API. So wiring all this up, you're basically going to set up a window.module that wires up to the Whisper code. And then that will give you some results from printing the Whisper code. And because it's going to come back in chunks because it's tokenized, you're gonna kind of need to create this like recent result array that you reset when it's actually done. So yeah, that's definitely not quite as intuitive. This was definitely just some of the stuff I had to learn while building it. But for the most part, hooking up to it wasn't that big of a deal. But then I ended up running into some quirks with hosting. So hosting this thing, I tried to do it on GitHub pages because why not? You know, the code's open source and it's on GitHub. But you don't really get header access with GitHub, which means that I wasn't able to get shared array buffer support or OPFS support because they all have to be within this context that sends a special header to notify the browser that this is an okay thing to load, you know, OPFS and all that stuff in. Now, a possible workaround was this thing called COI Service Worker. COI Service Worker basically, it kind of like adds a service worker that intercepts a lot of the requests to like your JavaScript and, you know, other assets, and that can add those headers for you, which kind of worked, but it was a little inconsistent, you know, due to loading and order of operations. So I tried it. It worked sometimes and then didn't work other times. It didn't work for a bunch of my viewers on Twitch when they were testing it. So I needed to look at another way of hosting it. And that's when I decided to use render because, you know, I could set the headers and it would be nice and configurable, you know, super easy, just an easy config in their dashboard. But I could have used Netlify or Vercel or Cloudflare. Pretty much anything that allows me to modify headers would have been fine. But, right, you probably don't want to be hosting a 1 gigabyte sized large model over on Vercel or Netlify or Render because you're going to be paying a premium on that bandwidth. So instead, I just spun up a cheap provider via low-end box. So I just picked some VPS provider where I'd pay $2 a month, and I can host these models, and if I go over my bandwidth cap, then they just stop serving, and I'm okay with that because it's a hobby project. And really, like, that server is just a Caddy file server with very simple SSL TLS. Caddy itself, with one simple config, will spin up the HTTPS stuff for you, which is really useful. So I know I jumped around a lot, but I hope I gave you some really good inspiration about how you could build out your own WASM applications in the browser. And yeah, thanks for letting me speak. So we hit it at 19 minutes and 45 seconds. We'll say 19 and a half because it took me a second to get going. They did say up to 20 minutes. So that's pretty good. But maybe. What are you getting at there? You seem kind of like a troll. Account created 5 minutes ago. Yeah, fuck off. Get out of here. Shit. Thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate that. So, all right. Feedback time. Like, I know there is stuff that could have been better. Definitely need to, like, polish the slides, like the presentation of them, like this part where it's going off screen. Some of those things. A diagram of the architecture. The wrapping back around to WASM. So, I mean, the whole point, though, is, like, here's the title. Right? The title of the talk is a case study for SQLite and Whisper.cpp running purely in the browser. So the whole point is that I do need to dig into the application I built. And if I'm talking about, like, what my app does, I really only spent, like, 2 slides on that part. And instead, I then went into using the tools more so than, like, what my application is doing. Well, no, like the goal is to teach people about Wasm, but it's also to maybe inspire them with ideas of what they could build with it, right? So yeah, maybe the slide about like the stuff I used was a bit much, right? Like the React like list. That slide could disappear. Right? And maybe that's the part you're talking about. I do I do still think there's value in just kind of talking about like what goes into it. So, I don't know. Um I've got plenty of time though. So 20 minutes means I've got enough time to kind of like say some of these things anyway. So yeah, right? Maybe only touch on like the list of libraries I used, etc. Sure. I think so too. So Fivel, I don't think there's any problem. No, I can take plenty of criticism. I just don't like trolls like you who would go and create a brand new account just to troll someone. So goodbye, maybe, right? You were already marked as a suspicious user. Yeah, how much do you think I actually care about someone who created an account 5 minutes ago? Or like this one where you created a brand new account 1 minute ago? So yeah. But hold on 1 second there, Jay Sayubi. No, I have not tested Bolt at all. I don't use AI that much. I use Super Maven for auto completion. You killed your interview. You're on to the next step. That's awesome, man. Good work. So I don't have that many scruff. Yeah, what I think I'm going to do is, yes, I get into that a little bit, but what I want to do is maybe talk just another sentence or two about it on this screen. And then I go, but first, a little bit about me. And now let's dig into the technicals of it. Awesome, right? So yeah, I think explaining more than just reading my title on this part would be worthwhile. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, yeah, right. And case study is just an example of using something, basically, right? So here's an example of how I did it. Here's like how this technology kind of glues together. So those kind of case studies I think are interesting. So I'm actually going to be pre-recording this for JS Nation. So we're going to do the recording here on stream today, for sure. So I think I kind of do that, though, don't I? Right after we talk about the Wasm stuff, I even did say, like, and now time for a real world example of me using Wasm. Like, I definitely said that part. No, I'm going to record it using this setup. But I do need to record it uh like separately. I gave a much longer version of this talk at Seattle JS. Yeah, which is why like it's already pretty much built. But today is like the deadline for JS Nation. And by deadline, I think mainly I need to have something for them. And then I can probably, like, within the next week, send an update if needed. But I need to record something for them today. And yeah, thank you for the follows. Paykov, I think I got. Zach Boss, I got. C. Dean and John C. and Griffin MLN. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. So yeah, the way they want this recorded is two separate videos. One of my camera and one of the screen. That way they can do like the sizing and moving and stuff. Oh, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think I just want to work on the presentation aspect of it at this point. Right? Like some of the size of the slides and I bet some of the titles could be larger. Get rid of that demo slide. Right? Instead of the demo part, that's where I'll talk about the functionality. I should probably have a link to it on this page. I think that's a good thing. So yeah, let's go fix some of that. And yeah, people over on YouTube, do you have any feedback as well? Just let me know what you think I could do better. I think the pacing is pretty good. And yeah, 20 minutes max, I can definitely work within that. Any big wins? I mean, the win is that it works and I can record. Uh, you can't do it in plain JS. How would you do voice dictation in plain JS without a server? The answer is you can't. right? There are tools like Pico Voice and some other things, right? But those require going out to their server, which will cost money eventually. So maybe that's something I need to say in the talk, right? Like, right? No server, no SaaS. No, no, no. You're misunderstanding. There's voice in the browser, but there's not turning that voice into text. Right? So you're missing out on a major part of it, Mini Scruff. You're not going to be doing dictation in Discord. They don't do that. Exactly. All right, cool. So let me go use the restroom one more time. Well, probably not one more time. It's going to happen a couple times. But yeah, broke that seal. But yeah, I think the next steps are I want to split up some of these slides into like a column layout. I'm not sure like what the architecture would end up looking like. So yeah, like which slides do you think would benefit from like architecture stuff? And yeah, I need to add some visuals for sure. Right, splitting this up into columns. Yep. I need to space those out a little bit. But yeah, let me go use the restroom, and we'll finish these slides up, and then I think we'll do a recording of it. Right? It doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah. All right. So BRB, let me go pee. Okay. So let's actually go through and make these a bit prettier. I'm also going to need to think about How do I want to record this? What I'm thinking is I'll record this screen with QuickTime. I think I have OBS on this machine too, so that would work. Here, I'll record the camera, like just the camera. I'll have to make sure I hide chat. So we'll do the webcam only scene in OBS on here. And I'll record it there, and then I can, yeah, and I can set it up. No, don't worry about it. Oh, you're right. Yeah, the yellow hat and the black shirt. That's a good point. Good call. All right, so yeah, I'm going to change the layout of the intro slides. So instead of intro, this is now going to be image right. What did I call it? Self-portrait. All right, this becomes image right. And this is QR code. And it's a PNG. All right, let's double check those. Okay, so hold on. Is there a way of making that better? So yeah, this is where I need to go to SlideDev. Yeah, and we can pass some stuff to the right. And hey, what's up, Adam? How you doing? And hey, what's up, Kevin? Been a little bit. How goes the game? Ooh, arrow tag. Arrow tag. Can't stick around. That's fine. Game's doing great though. Nice. Yeah. When am I gonna be able to play it? You know, when's the release? And I think you're gonna go to Steam with it, right? So like, is it something I can wishlist yet? And yeah, thank you so much for the raid, man. Yeah, let's do the shout out thing. $20.25. I can wishlist it. Oh, awesome. Awesome, awesome. Um and yeah, dude, Adam, are you familiar with Gary Bernhardt? He's been going to Seattle JS lately. So I don't know if you're a fanboy like I am, but it's really cool to get to hang out with Gary Bernhardt a bit. Just figured I'd pass that on. If not, no worries. He did like the WAT video, as well as like some other like, yeah, massively influential videos. But yeah, go ahead, get out of here. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. I know how it works. And yeah, everyone, please give Adam a follow. Yeah, the Batman WAT video. Exactly. Yes. Yep. He considers that his most successful talk as far as like viewership, etc. But he also considers his birth and death of JavaScript video his best talk, which I agree with as well. His birth and death of JavaScript video is my favorite video, like favorite presentation of all time. So yeah, just super cool. He's in the area, he's hanging out. Like, yeah, it's just, yeah, I'm a fan. Yeah, pretty much all of his talks over on Destroy All Software are worth watching. Right, like the Boundaries one, Whole New World, fantastic talks. He has a very good presentation style. Like the way I kind of jump from thing to thing. No, he has that stuff dialed in, right? Because he's described his process as he just paces around his apartment saying it like so much that he never needs to look at notes or anything anymore. And the moment he starts feeling bored, he knows he has to go back and like fix it and do something to make it work. So yes, it's really cool. Like very different approaches to how he and I do talks, right? His is better, right? But still, it's cool. For everyone just now getting here, I am working on a slide presentation, and I will be recording this presentation. Oh, really there, suspicious user. Account created 43 seconds ago. Uh-huh. Whatever you say. Whatever you say. I am toxic for not being willing to put up with a toxic individual like yourself. Pot meat kettle? But yeah, so I'm giving this presentation talk. It is a pre-recorded talk, but it will be for JS Nation, which is happening in New York, and I will be not time traveling. I don't know why my brain went to time for some reason. I will be traveling to New York for it, which will be fun. Yeah, yeah, it's the same person that we banned, right? They were in here just 10 minutes ago. Their first comment was needlessly toxic. I responded to their toxicity with a slight bit of toxicity. They came back a minute later with a brand new account, and then they just came back a minute ago with a brand new account. So Someone has too much time on their hands. Someone needs a hobby. Their hobby is trolling streamers, so I get it. All right. They need a better hobby, though. I mean, very, very sad individuals. That's basically it. Very, very sad individuals. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're getting attention. I think that's what they're going for right now. No one gives them attention anywhere else. It's the only way they can get it. It happens. It's Twitch in general. So yeah, I am building these slides. I need to record this talk. It is pre-recorded. Today is the deadline for the pre-recorded talk. Luckily, I've given this talk once at Seattle JS already in a longer form, so I just cut out a bunch of content, and now I just need to like pretty up the slides a bit. Exactly, Escamania. Yes, I am saying that his effort is as worthless as his whole day. That is a great way of putting that. But then they'll blame the world for why they don't have friends, when really, it's obvious. Ah. Hmm. Hmm. So I consider that a flaw here. So instead of doing the image right, like this, I could do this. It's actually the 2-column layout. Two calls. Oop. No, I don't want to do that. We'll just do an image. And this is QR code. All right, so let's see what that looks like. Interesting. Oh, okay. So we just annotate the right rather than the left. Okay. And then instead of width full, there we go. I'll take it. All right, so then Wasm Basics. What is Wasm? I mean, I'm sure there's places where it will help. I will also just point out that, yeah, like my main expertise is on the front end. Like as far as my career and all that is gone. So I rarely feel lost when doing CSS stuff. Doesn't mean I'm the best, but as far as like what I want to do, I typically know the patterns and things I want to do. There you go. Yeah. There's definitely going to be some Tailwind stuff for sure. Oh, there you go. CSS. Took me a second. Is that just like the older version of Counter Strike, like made with the Source engine versus some new engine, or is Counter Strike still Source engine? Ah, it was the one before CS:GO. Got it. Are they still using the Source engine though? Oh, it's like Source 2. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I would assume it's just like a newer version of the Source engine. Which is still cool. All right, so here I think I want to do something like dot shiki. And that's totally the engine's fault, right? Totally the engine's fault. How dare they? Oh, wait. Really? Well, looks like I'm going to have to throw an important on it. Because I think the order in which these things are getting imported is getting me. Okay. And then... Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. You know, like, the order in which the CSS was being imported is what got us. But Space Case, dude, 165. It's huge, man. Thank you. I know, right? It'll happen before you even realize. Yeah, I actually plan on making some beanies. And by the time you hit that, I should have some made. I basically need to get a tax ID. Yeah, I've been meaning to do it for ages. I even found like a wholesaler that would do it, but they require a tax ID so that they don't have to charge me tax because I'll be passing the tax on at sales tax time. So, yeah, that gets tricky. Now, there's also like I could just order from AliExpress or Temu or a bunch of those places. Sure. But I think it'd be nicer to support at least like a US distribution company. And I found one, but yes, I need to get a tax ID to represent the stream. Oh, it'll just be beanies like this, but then with like a little, like a Mr. Sir like tag. I don't have one around, but yeah, like the way Neff does their tags, it's like it fits this way, but then also if you do the beanie down like this, it'll fit like there too. Like it's reversible. So yeah, I plan on doing that. Yeah, it's not gonna be leather. Um, but yeah, like you get the idea. No, like for Neff, it's just it's fabric, right? So it can be screen printed easily. But yeah, getting those printed in like a mass quantity is something I got to figure out, which isn't too bad. Um, is that a spider bite? Nah, I think we're good. But yeah, I'd probably just get those like mass produced and then get a little like hand sewing machine. Yeah, we'll see. But okay. think this is a bit much. Bring it down to 1-3. I don't think we need the pseudocode slide. I think the pseudocode slide's a bit much. Yeah, exactly. All right, so yeah, we get to that part. Right now, time for some awesome history. And let me grab that one extra little bit of history that we're lacking right now. So I'll have more time to go through the history here a bit, which I think is nice. That part I think is okay. Ooh. What broke about that image, though? Okay, never mind. So we're good there. This one I want to turn into a different layout. So yeah, 2 calls header. Hold on. Okay, so that's actually a link. That's actually a link too. So I don't think I actually need to be explicit about those links. I can just do it direct. Yeah. But this is where I do need a bottom. There we go. All right, so let's fix the styling of that part. Okay. Yep, that works for me. And yeah, this is where I want to grab this list. Yeah. Huh. I'm a little surprised that the styling is so different. I bet it's a package difference. So let's go look at SlideDev. What's that, Zalori? Three point 4.38. Yeah, all that should have been the same. Yeah, so I don't think that's the problem. And what do you mean by two columns? So I think we have it set to 2 columns. I can double check that. Let's let this finish real quick. And it could be just based on the theme that we're using. That could be a big part of it. Okay, so I think it's the auto rows. Hmm. Oh, and that SVG gets us now. So that would be why the auto rows failed, because that SVG is way too tall. Uh, hmm. So realistically, yeah, let's just pop open an SVG editor. Okay, and then we can resize the height. Let me get more music going, though. No, I'm good on that. Thank you, though. We're so close. Wait, can I just save it directly? All right, let's try this again. Will it blend? Yes, it will blend. Perfect. All right, so that looks good. All right, so then from here, what I'm thinking is uh sure. Whatever you say, person whose name I can't pronounce over on YouTube. What's up, Toto? How you doing? All right, so then this one I'll want to turn into the two columns layout. I'm doing well. This song reminds me of Joe Satriani. Oh. This I probably want to turn into a 2-column layout page too. And yeah, I really don't think there's any good way of making a diagram for this. All right, here we can do an image on the right. Actually didn't drag where I wanted. Oh, it did. Cool. We'll move that one to trash, and we'll call this SQ local. Wait, what slide did I do that on? just think the image didn't load. Hmm. So yeah, we're gonna turn this into the 2 calls. We don't need the header. I don't think we need the header. We'll do MT24. There we go. Boom. What's up, Thamau? How you doing? Yeah, what you up to? So this one, it's kind of a wall of text. I don't know if there's a way we can avoid that. The ORMs we want to split into columns, though. Here's something I want to see as well. So when we're looking at this header, yeah, I want to do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to make that an important. So height becomes 1.9 EM. And then the top value is that. Let's make sure we refresh and that actually works. Ooh. Oh, it kind of did. So it's a bit much. I'm going to fine tune it. We're going to go 1.5 and make this 0.2. That looks way better already. Nailed it. Like a glove. All right, so yeah, that gives us plenty of room for like overflow of the text a bit. I do think. Let me look at my slides again. So that wet right there. It's a little bit bigger, I think. It's not much bigger. It does make it bigger. Okay. So after the function signature, what's the part that happens next? The export section? Yes. Ooh, we can annotate all that as ASM. That would be a good idea. Okay, so I think I need to just split up the export section. All right, so export section here we'll do up to that point. Continued. See if we can get some actual music playing. There we go. Language binary is not found. We can just do ASM with it. We can just get rid of it. Yeah, I'll call that good. Oh, we have 2 of the Wasm history, though? Hey, what's up, Puka? You been coding for 4 hours without realizing? Yeah, I mean, that's some of the best when you get into that flow state and, like, time's just an illusion. I love that. Let me stop and restart the dev server, because I think something there is going terribly wrong. But I don't know what. Yeah, okay. Yeah, dev server just got borked. Alright, so then double checking, right? Something's weird about that title. Let me see if it still persists after we do a build. Whatever, we'll deal with it. All right, so far, so good. Oh, and maybe that's... Yeah, all right. So now I see why we don't want to replace those with that. All right, so I hadn't broken that one yet, so we'll leave it. That one looks good too. All right, that one seems good. That one seems good. All right, so I didn't mess with that one or that one. Okay. I get why some of these animate and other ones don't, but now none of them animate. Let me just do a hard refresh. So weird to me that this one loses the ragged edge over time. Oh, and you know what? Hold on. Yeah, we're not running the dev server anymore, so that's not even going to update as we... Oh, wrong place. All right, so now that does the animation part at least. So I'm really curious why this first slide breaks like that. I think it's fine. Whatever. So if I put that into intro.md, does that fix it? No. You know what? It doesn't matter. We can leave it as it is. And sure, it's just on this slide that we do it. Yeah, I'm a collector. All right, some of these are vintage tabs. All right, so here's something. Let me look at the size of this. So we're doing that in our CSS, right? All right, that looks a little better. Ah, yeah, okay. Sure. Yeah, that works for me. The Wasm history gets in there twice. I don't know why, though. All right, so far, these slides are looking good to me. Yep. All right, architecture. We need that bottom piece. All right, we should be able to record here in a second. Yep, that looks better. SQ local. think I'm okay with that. Um, let's throw the render website on there. Maybe. I wonder if they have like a good logo or something we could use. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was a big footer, wasn't it? Yeah. I've kind of wanted, like, I've had this as like a joke idea to do for a long time. I kind of want to get like a domain like footer print, right? Like footprint for footers, and then just like create a collection of like the largest footers. I feel like that'd be kind of fun just as like a good joke showcase website. And yeah, thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate it. I need to create some like real incentive for the sub thing. Oh, onlyfooters.com. Oh, that would be so good. Oh, only footers. Oh, that'd be good. Onlyfooters.com. Oh, that would be solid. No, that's good. I really like it. Yep, I really like it. Yeah, only footers and only headers. That would be good. Yes, I'm using Slidev. I used to use just raw Markdown and then compile it to Reveal.js using a tool called Pandoc. SlideDev does some extra stuff though, such as, let me see, like the theming is really good. Its integration with Shiki is really good. So if you wanted to do like an animation from one state to another with Magic Move, it's like really nice. But also like some of the layouts and things like that are a lot easier. You know, like those side by side layouts and like this part, right? Setting up the like as you like tap and tap and tap, you can like reveal a little bit at a time. There's just a lot of really nice like extra nice to have features that SlideDev ships with. So, yeah, it is now my presentation tool of choice. However, I would love to make a version of SlideDev based on Astro instead. I think that would be really cool. But I got too many things to work on, so it'll be a while before we do that. Just a dude doing dude stuff with the dudes and dudettes on chat. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do two things. Number one, I'm gonna use the restroom again. Just because we're about to record this talk, or at least try. I'm also, and yeah, technically we'll want to escape this. And I'll even want to start on like this slide. That way I can sync things up easier. Because I need to record the camera and my screen separately. And I don't have a good tool to do that. Like, I don't. I don't know how to make OBS do that. Camtasia can do it, but they do it with a very specific like video file type as well, to where like the mouse doesn't even show. But yes, let me get more music going. Oh, we listened to that one already. Does synthwave belong in a museum? It does. So yes, I'm gonna go use the restroom, pour some more water, and I'm also gonna pour myself a whiskey. And I will be right back. Give me just a second.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a
So yes, I'm going to be recording this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This recording style will work. And yeah, because I need the microphone, I got to do it through OBS. Which means I have to switch to the webcam only view, so you guys won't be able to see my slides, but I feel like that's okay. How do I look? We good for recording? I could do it without the headphones, too. Yeah, I'll do it without the headphones. And I think I need to pause the music, too. I can't remember if it makes it through onto the recording. Ooh, and has my voice... No, okay. I was going to say, has my voice been, like, really quiet compared to the music all day? It looks like it's all right. Seems like it just, like, trails off just a little bit. Which means I probably need to reboot here soon. Okay, cool. Do stuff like hack the box, etc. I don't know. I don't do it, so I'm not sure. All right, so I'm going to start the recording on both. It'll take me a few seconds to get it set up, and I think we should be good. It's a 20-minute max. Ideally, it'd be better if I was down at around like 18, but I think we're good. So, yes, I am probably not going to respond to chat while I'm doing this. Mods, I'm relying on you. If someone does come in with questions, please answer the questions for them. Right? While recording this, I'm not going to be able to respond to chat. So, sorry about that. But first, before we do anything major, hold on. Let me pour a whiskey. And yes, I massively overdid the whiskeys on Saturday, but it was gaming night, so that was fine. Overdone once or twice a week is better than 3 or 4 times. So I'll count that as a win. Ideally, it would be 0 or once a week, but baby steps. Let me get another quick little sip. Okay. Let me just put on some screen that's not going to distract me. Oh, and these tweets did all right today. Nice. You know, 1,000 views is pretty low for me in general, but I'll count it. Still better than only 200, right? All right, so we should be good. Let me get the recording going here. What? It didn't do video. Oops. Hold on, let me stop the recording over here. Try it again. I think it only did the... I think it just did a snapshot. Oh, I did capture instead of record. There we go. Okay. All right, so I'll leave that. We're recording there. We're recording here. And here we go. Hey everyone, today I'm going to be talking about a different kind of serverless. This is a case study for SQLite and Whisper.cpp running purely in the browser. So basically, I built an application. I want to kind of walk you through how I built that application, how it works under the hood a bit, and a little bit of the technology I used. But also, I'm going to have to explain what Wasm actually is, because that's how we're able to do all of this. So let's get started. But first, a little bit about me. So I'm a developer advocate at GetKraken. It's my first time in this kind of role, and I'm really loving it. I've been an engineer for about 10 years, and it's quite fun. I'm a Twitch streamer and a lazy YouTuber, as well as a beanie enthusiast. I have a lot of beanies. If you want to find me on other socials, my name is CM Griffing on basically every platform. You can use this QR code to also find me. And, yeah, let's connect. Let's chat. But now, let's dig into it. What is Wasm? So, Wasm is WebAssembly. It's an open standard, and it aims to support any language on any operating system. The idea is, if you can compile from a language like Rust or C++ or Go or whatever, you can run it in your browser as Wasm, and you have this major portability. So, yeah, Wasm, what? Here's a technical or textual representation of what Wasm kind of looks like. And you don't need to memorize this, but let's just imagine this program that is built of these, S expressions. When it's compiled to Wasm, it's going to be turned into this binary format. So this is that same exact program. Now, you're not going to need to memorize this, but we can go through and kind of look at what some of these things are. So that first line identifies this as WebAssembly, as a WebAssembly binary, as Wasm stuff, as well as the version of Wasm that we're supporting. There's going to be the module definition. There is the types of the parameters, the number of types that we're passing, the function that we're exporting, the number of results that we'll return, and the type of that return result. There's the function signature, right? So that's the arguments that the function takes, the size of it, the number of functions that we're exporting. There's the export section, which is the keyword export, the size of that section, the number of exports. And as we keep going, there's the export section, which is just some more like the name of the export. The function section, which is actually like the code inside of it. The logic of that section and how we're manipulating some of the variables that are passed into it. And then finally the end, which denotes like the end of that binary block. And really, again, you're not going to need to have this memorized, but it's still something interesting. And if you want to read more about it, you can find the binary specification on GitHub. So now let's actually consider the history of WASM. It started back in 2011, which is a long time ago, before I was even really a dev. You could use mscripten to compile C and C++ all the way back in 2011 to something that would run in the browser. Google had their own version of something WASM-like called the native client, or NACL. And then in 2013, ASM.js was introduced. And ASM.js was it was JavaScript code that would then be passed to this like ASM.js compiler for the browser to then optimize and run it. And it was very interesting because you would write JavaScript code, but you would annotate maybe the type of a certain variable to let it know that it would be a float or an integer or things like that. And then in 2015, WASM itself was first announced, that actual binary format. NACL was then deprecated a couple of years later in favor of WASM because Google decided that, yeah, why build something and maintain it themselves when they could actually support an open standard? Broad browser support came around that same time. After that, we got a thing called WASI, which is the WebAssembly System Interface, which I'll go into a little bit more here in a bit. In 2019, WASM threads were enabled by default in Chrome, and in 2022, WASM 2.0, a draft for it was created. There's a little bit of contention around that draft and how that works, but we're not going to dig into that too much right now. It may just be worth reading on your own. So WASI is the WebAssembly System Interface. It's designed by Mozilla, and it provides a POSIX-like feature set, so you can get like file I/O or networking or things that like your operating system kind of handles for you, that when you compile a binary for a certain operating system, those are the bindings that are actually kind of being wired up for you to that binary. So instead, WASI helps you do that with WASM code. And when you combine those things together, you get something very powerful. Solomon Hykes, the creator of Docker, once said in 2019, if WASM and WASI existed in 2008, we wouldn't have needed to create Docker. That's how important it is. WebAssembly on the server is the future of computing. Just think about that, like really powerful. So the portability that we would get to run WASM in the web would also mean we could get that portability at the server level. And, you know, we wouldn't need Docker at that point, as long as there is a WASI interface to expose these things for us, and as long as our dependencies could compile to WASM as well. My favorite talk and example of what this future could look like is The Birth and Death of JavaScript by Gary Bernhardt. Now, the title is misleading. He's not actually anti-JavaScript. He has some very good points about how it's not a perfect language, of course, because there's no such thing. But he goes through and points out that because JavaScript is the way it is, it led to the future that we're seeing where people are pushing for WASM to get more performant code out of their browser. And it's very entertaining. He has some satire in it. It's my favorite conference talk of all time. I highly recommend watching it. And it was back in 2014. He kind of saw the writing on the wall and the future that we're experiencing right now 10 years ago, which is awesome. So if you want to write a language and compile to WASM and hopefully run it in your browser or, you know, in some server runtime, what languages could you use? The main ones are C and C++, Rust, and Go, but there are stable languages such as C#, Zig, Lua, and many more. And if you want to see the full list of their varying support and which languages you might be able to do this with, go ahead and check out that repo from AppCipher. It has this awesome list, and it's kept pretty well up to date. So now if you want to run WASM, yeah, I mean, all modern browsers support it, as we saw in the timeline. So that means, yeah, Chrome, Firefox, Opera, Safari, Edge, but not Internet Explorer. So if you have to support Internet Explorer still, you're not going to be using WASM. Hopefully none of us have to do that. And if you do, well, I'm sorry, it does get better. Now, if you want to run WASM outside of the browser, how can you do that? Well, there's tools like Xdism, WASMtime, Spin, which is the Spin SDK, and Wasmer. Xdism is really cool because it's a plugin system. So imagine you have a Go binary like Hugo, and you want to write some Rust code to extend it. You could use Xdism to create that plugin ecosystem for it. Wasmer is very interesting because it aims to be a like a serverless style runtime where you just ship it some Wasm and it'll spin up and run that Wasm as if you were shipping it a Docker container kind of thing, but it's lighter weight. And there's more runtimes too. They're being added all the time. This repo owner AppCypher has multiple Wasm based repos or Wasm focused repos that kind of like help us discover and learn more about it. So awesome. I love open source. It's just great that way. But like, think about it this way. What are some popular apps that are using Wasm right now? And you can go find them on madewithwebassembly.com, but let's list a few. So the big one, the first one really, is Figma. Back in 2017, they realized that WebAssembly was the future, and they started building towards it with their infinite canvas. So the rendering of that infinite canvas is Wasm. CapCut, which is a video editor, their web version of the video editor uses Wasm. 1Password and Google Earth and uBlock Origin and Lichess also use Wasm. 1Password and uBlock Origin are using it for lookups in their very large databases of either where your passwords are stored or what what ads might need to be blocked, etc. So they're speeding that up with Wasm because they get real numbers instead of everything being floating point. They get real data structures and real memory access rather than just relying upon the garbage collector. So it's pretty cool stuff. So now, right, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. There are some limitations and concerns. Some of the Wasm limitations in the browser mean that you don't get direct DOM access, at least not yet. And that means that you kind of need a JavaScript shim to communicate between the Wasm and, document.querySelector in the browser as we're used to it. RAM usage could be higher depending on how things are working, the size of your Wasm payload, and simply having to serialize data between the main thread and a worker thread. And for the most part, in the browser, you must run it in a web worker. And that's kind of where that serialization overhead comes in. Now, outside the browser, there is limited system access. Hopefully, you have a WASI runtime, supported, and that solves that problem for you, but not everything has that out of the box yet. So there's still work to be done. But there's also security concerns. So number one, it's a binary instead of JavaScript. So we have a very privileged life as web developers that when we consume some JavaScript code, as long as it's well written, we can read it and understand it and know what it's doing. So there's no surprises to what it's doing. If we see JavaScript code that is heavily obfuscated, we can usually just assume that it is doing something nefarious. But with binaries, we can't make that assumption because even really safe Wasm code could look unsafe because it's obfuscated into a binary. And then shared array buffers are another major concern for security. Spectre Meltdown was a set of vulnerabilities in the browsers that were related to shared array buffers, I think in 2018 or so. But nowadays, as long as we maintain a secure context, so HTTPS, and we have corp invoked, right? So corp is cross-origin resource policies. As long as we have that, we can get access to shared array buffers, and that gives us a better way of dealing with web workers so that we don't have to serialize objects back and forth between the main thread and the web worker. And when I say serialize, I mean literally like using JSON.parse and JSON.stringify to send these messages back and forth. That is a heavy amount of overhead, and shared array buffers can help us avoid that. So now I'm going to talk about a real world example. I started this out saying that this was a case study. We've learned about Wasm. Now let's talk about the application that I built using Wasm and some really cool libraries. I called it Orderly. And the basic gist of it is I want to write books, I want to write blog posts, but I don't necessarily want to exacerbate the impending carpal tunnel for having to type out a 100,000 word book or something like that. So instead, I wanted to be able to dictate, my prose, my book, into snippets and chunks and chapters that I could then export to a PDF or something like that in the future. So just to save myself all the typing effort. And also, I'm not a very fast typist. So instead, I can work around that with technology. And Orderly is the tool I built for that. So the main goals, right? Voice dictation, writing books, blog posts, etc. I also wanted it to be cheap because you know, I'm not made of money. I want to be able to just run this in the browser without having to pay for a server to run it all the time. So I wanted to have no server, and I also didn't want to consume some kind of like software as a service like Pico Voice or some of the other dictation JavaScript tools out there. So yes, I had these constraints, and I had heard about whisper.cpp before, which we'll dig into here in a second. I kind of figured, let's try and make it happen. So here's the architecture. I'm using React. So it's React 18. This was made maybe a year ago, so I didn't want to like jump onto the React 19 train yet. I'm using Mantine for my UI components. The awesome, interesting parts are SQL Local, which is SQLite in the browser, and Whisper.cpp, which we'll dig into both of those more deeply here in a bit. For state management, I'm using Yotai because I like the atomic style state management. For exporting to a PDF, I'm using PDF.js. For dates, Day.js. There's a tree, like a file system style tree that collapses and expands on the left of my application. I'm using React Arborist for that. I'm using case for text case conversion because I don't want to have to write those like converting kebab case to camel case all the time and things like that. And then finally, for an ORM to interact with SQLocal, I'm using Keasley and Drizzle. And I'll dig into the why of that here in a bit. So first, SQL Local. It is proper SQL, or SQLite. So you can run any SQLite query in the browser using SQL Local. It is threaded, which means you're not going to block your main thread. And it's persisted via OPFS, which is the Origin Private File System, which is just a thing browsers are shipping with that is faster than IndexedDB. So very nice, very like easy to get started with. I recommend checking out SQL Local. But OPFS, I think, is the more interesting part of implementing SQL Local. It's part of the File System Access API. It has basic support in all major browsers since late 2021. It's not an actual file system, so it's not meant to be visible to users. It does actually get represented on your local file system with the browsers maintaining it, but it's not meant for you to actually be able to crawl it and find files in it. So don't expect to like go look through and copy and paste things from your local file system. It's for the browser to interact with. There are no permission prompts and security checks for it because it is properly sandboxed. Rather than giving your browser full access to your entire file system, the browser makes sure that you're not escaping that to go mess with system files or things that could be potentially security vulnerable. It does have the same browser storage quota as IndexedDB and local storage, and you can query that to like see how much storage you have left. And it is usable from the main thread or a web worker. And web workers are allowed to do synchronous operations, which can make our code a little bit easier to reason about inside of the web worker rather than the main thread, right? Because we don't have to worry about pausing the main thread by doing synchronous operations. So I did mention that I'm using Keasley and Drizzle at the same time. Why would I do that? Well, I'm actually using Keasley for the migrations and setting up the tables, indexes, and initial DB seeding, the scaffolding or fixtures, or whatever you want to call them. So I'm doing all that with Keasley because it's just a little easier that way. With Drizzle, they use a CLI tool to generate the migrations, and because I wanted to run this all in the browser just for the user, I didn't want to create a CLI tool for that. I didn't want to have some build step to generate these migrations. I just wanted to run the SQL statements. So Keasley is more of a query builder. It's not a full-on ORM. It's made by the creator of Objection.js, so you know that there's actually someone behind it that has experience making these kind of things. But there's no magic. It's just SQL, which means that you don't really get relations with it. You can set up foreign keys and all that, but when you do a query for something in Keasley, you're not going to get the nested, like joined values in the same way. So, right, like you can still do those joins and get that data, but you're going to have to write that SQL by hand yourself. Whereas Drizzle allows us to do some of that in an easier way, like an ORM in the way that we would expect. And it's type safe, relation capable. So Drizzle is for the querying, Keasley is for the migrations. When building my application, there were a couple key considerations to make, right? I needed to create the idea of app ready. And app ready is basically after my migrations and scaffolding have run, because I don't want Yotai to spit out state to the user that is going to be immediately stale once things have run. And I also don't want Yotai's logic for fetching things from the SQLite store. I don't want that to have to deal with those tables not being created and doing some try catch magic and handling that. So instead, I just simply created this state of app ready, and once the migrations run, I can just set app ready to true, and my Yotai derived state will actually update. There's also going to be a need for suspense, right? This is all happening in your browser. Do you really need to worry about suspense? Well, yes, for a good user experience, you do, because even saving to the origin private file system takes time. And if you're typing into something like a controlled input field, even a little bit of lag on that is going to be really noticeable to the user. So suspense is still necessary. There's async reading and writing that can cause too many loader moments. So I did a lot of start transition magic with React. And you're also going to want to do stuff with optimistic UI and debouncing inputs to make sure that you're not writing to the file system too much, right? You could batch things a little better. And optimistic UI is also just nice because it's instant in the the main thread versus having to do a round trip to the file system and back. So a lot of our server-based considerations for building a browser-side application still actually matter. And then we can move on to whisper.cpp. So first off, what is Whisper? Whisper is an open source, open AI project written in Python, and it has a CLI or Python SDK that you can use. It's the thing that actually allows me to record audio and take that audio and extract the text from it for the dictation of my application. With Whisper, we have all these models, like the tiny, base, small, and large ones. The large one ends up being almost like a gigabyte, I believe. I'd have to double check on the exact file size, but these things can get pretty large. There are some smaller versions, but for the most part, you have to be aware of what model someone's going to load. And the larger models do run faster, but they require much more VRAM or RAM from the user. So allowing them to pick which one was essential for my case. I'm using a Mac Mini from 2014 still, so I had to use the tiny or base ones just because, my machine couldn't handle it. Now, whisper.cpp is actually a plain C++ implementation without dependencies. So Apple Silicon is first class. You get AVX intrinsic, so SIMD stuff for x86. There's 0 memory allocations at runtime, and there's support even for CPU only, so you don't even need a GPU to run it. But there is also efficient GPU support via WebGPU in browsers that support that. And you get a nice C-style API with it. So one of the tricks to wiring that up is it runs inside of this WASM thread, and we have our main application that needs to communicate with it. So I end up creating this script that kind of handles the message passing between Whisper and my main application, and then I can just spit that out to where I need it. Now the tricky part is I have to create this recent result array, and I have to use regular expressions to understand what messages are being passed from Whisper. Is it just the timings, letting me know how long something took? Was it a blank audio that I actually just want to ignore? Or is it actually just the code that I'm looking for? Or not the code, but the text that I'm looking for. So I have this print function that is what Whisper is going to call from the back end. I test it for some regular expressions, and I push the messages to that array because it's not going to give it all to me at once. It's going to stream chunks of the text as it processes the audio. And then finally, when it's done, I can spit that recent result out to my application via just an event that I have created custom. The last thing that was kind of a hurdle to implement was hosting. So we talked about OPFS and shared array buffers and how they work a little bit. The trickiness is in how we implement them. So with GitHub Pages, I tried using it, but we don't have access to setting headers from GitHub Pages, so we couldn't actually get shared array buffer support or OPFS out of the box. Now there is a possible workaround using COI service worker or COI service worker. And what it does is it uses a service worker to intercept your requests to your JavaScript and HTML and CSS and all that stuff to kind of and the WASM as well to like allow these headers to be injected at the service worker level rather than from the server. But there's a bit of inconsistency due to loading and order of operations with that I decided I just had to do something else. So instead, I used another service. I used render. Render allows us to do header configuration. It's nice and easy. It deploys from a Git repo. So that's nice and easy too. But I could have used Netlify or Vercel or Cloudflare. All that's totally fine. This was great for the application itself, but I mentioned the 1 gigabyte large model. Hosting those models are something you don't want to do inside of a Vercel or Netlify because that can get really expensive. So instead, I just found some cheap VPS provider via low-end box. You know, the models can get large. I get a predictable bandwidth, so I get a terabyte of transfer from this cheap $2 a month VPS. I can spin up a simple file server via Caddy, and I can get SSL TLS stuff, right, HTTPS out of it, with just one config line with Caddy. So for $2 a month, I have a predictable budget versus how much it might cost me with one of the larger, more common providers. So I know that was a whole bunch. I jumped around a bit, but I think you may have gotten at least enough of an inspiration to start building on your own some type of application that is maybe just local first, using WASM, doing things that you didn't even think possible just a few years ago. Thanks for letting me speak, and have a great rest of your day. All right, so no, I'm not done, Master Therion, but that was my recording. I believe that recording went over. Hey, what's up, Escamina? Yeah, let me look at the length of it. I'm pretty sure it's way too long. Ooh, we're at 24 minutes. I can definitely edit and cut. How do we feel about how I did it? I definitely talked about some things for too long. Yeah. What I think I need to start doing is recording, like, you know how, like, speedrunners have software for, like, yeah, by this point, you should be at X minute or whatever, and you get your, like, over-under for a section versus, like, your total runtime? I almost want to make one of those for presentations. That would be really cool. Yeah, like an expected duration per slide, even, you know? Yeah, or a set of slides. Yeah. Right? But you get like you'd have like the section based like over under, but then you could have like a total runtime over under as well. Yeah, that would be really cool. Yeah, exactly. But okay, so this is JS Nation screen. JS Nation base. And yeah, I feel pretty good about it. I feel like we did a good job as far as like timing and all that stuff. Design a bot in CSS? I'm guessing you mean like visually. Okay, okay. I didn't mean to close. Ah, hold on. No, we're good there. Yeah, I feel like yeah. I feel like there's like a section I could edit out anyway. All right, let me do one thing real quick. Let me go grab something. And wait, were you asking me for how long will I speak? So this was a pre-recorded talk. So what I did was what we did. So yeah, I was supposed to be under 20 minutes. I believe I'm at like 24. Okay, yeah, no worries. So yeah, I believe I may have to trim something from it because they did say up to 20 minutes, but I can also just reach out and be like, hey, I did the recording. Here you go. It's at 24. If you want, I can do it shorter. Like, I need to trim a little bit anyway from like the beginning and the end. Yeah, they said up to 20 minutes. This is for a conference. So yeah, this is a lightning talk. I think full length talks are typically like 35 to 40 minutes. I don't remember. Okay, cool. Sorry, I just had to double check something. All right, so oh jeez. Yeah, I'll just close that. Never mind that. Hold on. Okay, just double checking. Sorry, replying over on the LinkedIn. Yeah, cool. Damn, 500 impressions over on LinkedIn in one day is actually really solid. Hell yeah. Okay, so our next steps for right now, I'd say we're good on these slides. And Kakashi, thank you for the follow. I hope you're still out there. Sorry I didn't get a chance to respond to you when you said hi before. I was in the middle of a recording, though. I was hoping some mods would have let you know that. I don't think I'm going to try it today. I don't want to, like, shred my voice too much. I can always just record it tomorrow. Like, I don't even need to do that on stream. I mainly wanted to get everyone's feedback and at least get a recording done today. I can upload it and I can ask them, like, hey, it went over by 4 minutes. Is that going to be a problem? And if they say it's okay, then I don't have to do another. Do you think I need to do another, though? Right? Like, did I misspeak too much? Things like that. Okay. I mean, again, if you say yes, that's totally fine. I'm not going to be offended. Anyone else out there that thinks I should probably do another, let me know. Yeah, exactly. Right. If it becomes too like robotic, you know, there's definitely something about it. Like, yeah, I completely agree. Yeah. I don't think there's a problem with an or an ah here and there. I'd like to think that I didn't do that many, but it's not something I would notice until I watch it again. I try to avoid like the filler like ums and likes and like some of that. So hopefully I did that pretty well. In many cases, you can just take a pause when you would do something like that. So I've been trying to train myself just to like pause a little bit instead. But we'll see. I'm just gonna hope they come back and say like, yeah, the 4 minutes are fine, and I don't have to do it again. That would be great. That'd be so much better. Oh, that'd be so much better. But yeah, okay. So I'm not gonna lie. I woke up this morning and saw the email from JS Nation, and they were like, "All right, so your video's due today." And I was like, "Oh shit!" Like I knew I was forgetting something. Oops. Yeah, exactly. So I'm really happy. Like I kind of knew that I could hammer it out because I did the talk already, like in a longer format at Seattle JS. So I kind of figured that I could cut like all of it down and not have to worry about making too much new stuff. I didn't expect how much like I would want to fine tune the styling of it. When we did the talk for Seattle JS, I only had 2 days notice. So they didn't get the level of like slide polish, right? Maybe one extra day and it would have been a little more polished. But I don't think I knew how to do some of the stuff, like the where things reveal one by one. I don't think I knew how to do that back in June because I was brand new to slide dev. But yeah, yeah, that felt good. Yeah, I'll have to like watch it back while I do the editing to see like what I could trim anyway. What I'm gonna do right now though. All right, so I got that pushed up. Now, if the Mac Mini dies, we still have it to re-record if we need to. And I think we can pivot back to the solid thing. I at least want to like touch base on the solid thing. I'll give myself until like 7:30 tonight. Ooh, new computer stuff? Yeah, what stuff did you end up needing? I forget what you said went bad, basically. It was like a graphics card thing? Oh, it's the cooling. Okay, in the old outdated tower, it was the GPU that suffered the most. Yep. Yeah, was it a cooling thing where like no, this was someone else that had it. No, this was Space Case that had the cooling issue. Sorry, I'm mixing that up. I was like, I don't remember reading that via text because I didn't. He said it like while we were gaming on Pal World like over a week ago. So, yeah, different thing. Um, Lightning surged through the cable modem. Ooh, brutal. Yeah, interesting. So, yeah, like a really, really firm case for like getting a like a sine wave power supply kind of thing even on your cable modem, right? Because that might have gotten you, like that might have saved you. No, that's fine, but you could always have it like, oh, I guess because it's cable. Yeah, true. The cable from like the land, like the copper from the cable line could actually like transfer a major charge too. Yeah, it could always travel up the coax. That's a great point. Yeah. I didn't think about that part. A good reason for fiber at that point. So you should just get some fiber. Why aren't you on fiber yet? I'm kidding. Like, yeah, yeah, I get it. I've had to deal with Xfinity for years. Oh, you have Xfinity fiber? Yeah, it's like fiber to the termination point, and then it's probably coax from the termination point into your house, right? Oh, you have Clearwave fiber now, but it died when you were connected to Xfinity still. Got it. Okay. Because, yeah, I was going to say, I didn't know Xfinity even did fiber. They don't, I guess. Maybe they do in some jurisdictions, but okay. Makes sense. You've had two Xfinity modems killed this year? Oof. Yeah, that's rough. I've actually been lucky with my Xfinity personally. When I was having like the weird connection issues, what was it, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, something like that? It actually ended up being the networking card on my motherboard. So, yeah, like I even switched to Xfinity is Comcast, exactly. I switched to I forget their name, but they're like the fiber company here in Seattle. Ziply. I switched to Ziply and it still didn't fix the issue, but I got a faster download from it anyway. I still actually pay for the Comcast just because I want to be able to like switch if things go bad. I like the backup. I will pay an extra 75 bucks a month for the backup. But hey, what's up? How you doing? Is it Mike or Miken? How do I pronounce your name? Let me know. Mike? All right, just making sure. Oh, and I don't follow you yet? I'm so sorry about that, Odd Oculus. I feel like you've raided here before, haven't you? Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I've just seen your stream otherwise. But yeah, what were you up to? Yeah, what were you doing today? Um, UI stuff in Unreal? Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Like I may have just seen you from like I raided someone and then maybe they raided you. Like I feel like I've seen you in the raid chain before, because I do raid some gaming streamers from time to time as well. You know, like spread it around. I feel like I've seen your stream like maybe in the raid chain. Oh, at CoinOp. Oh, okay. That makes way more sense. Oh, we didn't, but we should have. I'm sorry. Yeah, dude, TwitchCon's the best. I love it. I'm going back next year for sure. Um, which night did you almost get there for? Was it like the night that like the last night there? Oh, the Saturday night thing. Ooh, Saturday night was the yeah, Saturday night was like the rooftop party, wasn't it? Oh, that was Friday. That was definitely Friday. Yep. Yeah. Saturday night was like Theo and the Primogen and all them, they did like a rooftop party. Friday night, yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. I got to meet some like really cool people. Like not even like programming streamers, just like other streamers. Like, yeah, that was fun. Yeah, the coin op parties are good, you know? So we spent most of the day working on recording a presentation because I'm going to be going to JS Nation in New York. I'm doing a pre-recorded talk for it, but like we worked on finishing out my slides and recording that talk here on stream, and now I'm switching gears back to the main project that's in my title, which is this thing for the Solid Hackathon. So basically for the Solid Hackathon, right, you can see this animation right here. I want to turn that into a shareable GIF. So users or like, you know, anyone can do a diff between two snippets of code and create a GIF that animates between those. And then you can socially share that to something like, Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever. Because, you know, you can't do that with the HTML CSS that this is. So technically, this like solid renderer that's here, that's something that we built for this project as well. And the creator of it, Ant Fu, got it merged in a while back. Code aesthetics? Oh, you were close. Yeah, aesthetics is just AES. Like, yeah, really close. But basically, yeah, like this transition animation stuff. But I want to make it like socially shareable. There's an existing tool called Carbon that's good for like code snippets, right? But they don't animate between a diff. So I've wanted to do like a socially shareable diff for a long time. There's a solid hackathon going on that I figured was as good a time as any to try and like make this an actual thing. And once it's like launched, I'll put it up on like Product Hunt and Dev Hunt and wherever else I can share it, Hacker News. You know, I'll definitely like publish it out. But yeah, the main impetus is there's like a $5,000 prize for like the Solid Hackathon, which is Solid JS. It's like a front end framework. I figured I might as well throw my hat in the ring for it. And yeah, so you kind of caught me as I'm switching back to this like Solid Hackathon project from doing like the recording for JS Nation, because I had to get that done because it was due today. So I woke up to an email from the JS Nation people being like, hey, you know the video's due today, right? Even though the conference is in like a month and a half, like they want to get pre-recorded like videos and like up and ready before it becomes an issue, you know? So yeah, I needed to get that done. Technically, I'm like 4 minutes over the maximum. We'll see what they say. There's always stuff I could cut from it, or I could just re-record a shorter version by not expounding upon some stuff. Oh, okay. So yeah, you totally get it. You understand. Sweet. Yeah, the video I recorded was actually about using Wasm to do like native style stuff in the browser. So I do like a section where I talk about the history of Wasm, what it is, how it works, and then I get into like talking about the application I built, which is, I don't know, like nothing too crazy, but we called it Orderly. And you would basically pick your like whisper model, which is a speech to text, kind of like AI or machine learning or LLM or whatever. And then theoretically you'd have a book and you would go in and, you know, we'd insert a section and we could record the audio. Like right now I don't have a microphone hooked up, so it wouldn't work. But we could record the audio and get it turned into text so I could actually write a book without working on carpal tunnel. Right? So yeah, kind of fun. But all in the browser, no server involved, just Wasm in the browser using your local machine. Like we're kind of like living out that future from Gary Bernhardt's talk in 2014. If you've been doing dev that long, you might remember that talk. Right? It's called The Birth and Death of JavaScript. Yeah, I love that talk. It's my favorite talk of all time. I'm a bit of a fanboy. Gary Bernhardt actually goes to Seattle JS these days. I got to go drink with one of my heroes. Like, it was so cool. Oh, that was so cool. I definitely fanboyed out. At last year's Christmas party, I asked him for a selfie. Probably made him feel a little uncomfortable. It worked out. It's fine. But yeah, like, what were you doing UI-wise with Unreal? You know what's crazy to me? How much, like, web technology and even, like, older technology is still used for UI in, like, major games. Like, all the Borderlands games, those, like, menus, that's Flash. Right? Scaleform is just Flash, like middleware for games for doing menus. Right? It's crazy. New World famously used HTML, JS, CSS for their like chat widget. Right? So like it's kind of crazy to me how much of the UI aspect versus just like the game aspect is still like using non-game related technologies. Like it's really cool to me. You going to TwitchCon next year? Like I'm definitely going. There's no way I'd miss it. Locked in? Hell yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, so we'll at least make sure we meet up next year for sure. And also, like, yeah, hopefully there's another, like, awesome party that gets put on. You know, make sure you talk to, like, Primogen or Theo or all those people. I was going to try and contribute some money this year, but it just didn't happen. I wasn't going to contribute nearly as much as they put in. Oh, how many dev events actually were there? I just remember like the main one that like Theo and Primogen and Pirate Software, etc. did. What other dev events were there? Oh, do you mean maybe like the seminar things? Oh, there was a game dev only open bar on Friday. There you go. Okay. That's legit. Is that why you didn't make it to coin op? Is that it? Oh, you just stumbled in. Got it. Yeah, TwitchCon's fun. Yeah, I mean, there was even people I planned on meeting up with, like L colon Q, L clonk. And yeah, just didn't get to meet up with him. It's just one of those things where like there's so much going on that you got to really like make a concerted effort to meet up with people. It's pretty rare for like the random meetings to happen. I did have a few of those random meetings too, though. Like I consider Prime a friend, so like we would have hung out anyway. But randomly on one of the days, I'm going for like a pre-con like 1 p.m. whiskey. You know, like I woke up at the crack of noon, and I see him like eating lunch with some people, just like randomly at the bar that I was going to grab a whiskey at real quick. It was funny. Yes, yeah, Vegas was just so big. Like there was still like the random moments in Vegas too. Like I saw Leon Noel just randomly at one of the casinos in Vegas. There was like a bunch of nights where we kind of all just met up at the same bar at the Bellagio anyway, which was cool. But yeah, like just so much extra walking to get to the conference, right? Like the convention center is just so far separated. Like it sucked. It was a good like half mile from the bus station or the train station or whatever. Oh. Oh, that's right. You too was there at that time. Yeah, I forgot all about that part. Yeah, I didn't worry about parking at all because I just got like the tram pass. It was like 45 bucks, like $15 a day, and you could ride it as much as you wanted. Yeah, that was pretty good. I was pretty happy that I did that one. But yeah, no, I think San Diego was better. Yeah, it's just so much more like centralized, just around like the place. So yeah, it was really good. And I think they're locked into San Diego for next year too. Oh, really, Oculus? I'm not so sure about that because I remember going to TwitchCon the year before and like yeah, so not the year of Vegas, but the year before Vegas when it was still in San Diego. I went to that and I remember chatting with some Twitch employees that were like, I can't say where it's gonna be, but it's not gonna be in San Diego again. And then that spurred like me and like a Toda from Alta Forestry and some other people kind of speculating. I guessed Vegas, and I guessed right. But other people were thinking maybe like New York would make sense. I think Twitch has SD booked for the next 5 years. Yeah, I could see that. Especially if you like lock in a special deal or something. Just inflation proof that shit. I mean, if they're gonna do an Alaska trip, they better do it during like the dead of winter so that I can go snowboarding. That would be awesome. Snowboard during the day, party at night. Oh, that sounds amazing. All right, so I got a bunch of this stuff opened up that I probably don't need right now. And we were doing some drag and drop stuff. Yeah, let me close some of these editors we don't need. I mean, Seb, I got a one-track mind. Yeah, I think about snowboarding more than I think about most things. And I wouldn't have it any other way. There's a reason why I say streaming is my favorite thing to do besides snowboarding. Because I would still rather be snowboarding right now. If it were powder or slush. You know, guys got to have standards. Yeah, there are very few constants in life. Movie quotes and snowboarding on this stream are something you can bank on. There are people that dream of that level of consistency. Well, yeah, it's 80 proof. Yeah, I'm proud of that joke. And yeah, Mike, thank you for that follow. And Kareen Gamer? I'm going to guess Gamer. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm still kind of like coming back down from doing my presentation recording. For some reason, like doing the presentation recording gets the adrenaline pumping just as much as if I was giving the presentation at like an in-person event. It's kind of crazy. Oy. Ooh, and here's a quick thing, Odd Oculus, if you're still out there. I am an aspiring voice actor. So if you need like voice work done, just let me know. I have like a portfolio site I still need to like record stuff for. But yeah. Yeah, like seriously, just yeah, let me know. Like even if you want it just for like the trailer or something. In a world. Like, you know, like I don't know. I got voices I can do. It's hard to do them on command, like off the cuff right here on stream, but for recording and all that, totally. Like I got a bunch of voices I like to do. So I just need to like record for that portfolio site and then you can at least like see a little bit more of it. And yeah, what kind of game are you making? I'm curious about that. Ooh, but using gibberish? Okay, interesting. That part would be harder, I think. If you write out the gibberish, I can pronounce it. I think me coming up with the gibberish would be harder. But if you write the script, I'm good to go. You could always just go Charlie Brown style, like, you know. Right? Like that style. Is that what they do in Hollow Knight? I haven't played it yet. I've heard it's really good. Seb, you could have said that here. That would have been fine. Seb basically just sent me a message saying, I could just overdo it on the whiskey and then it'd be gibberish anyway. She's not wrong. Each Hollow Knight has its own like different gibberish. Ooh, yeah, that's a smart one. I like that. And so at that point, yeah, just let me know. That could be my specialty. Professional gibberish voiceover actor. As a snowboarder, I was a gibber. Yeah, professional gibberino. Um, I mean, we'll play the video while I continue discussing a little bit. Why not? This is my sponsor me video from 18 years ago. And yes, I did get sponsored. Like halfway through this season, actually. I only got free gear. I never got a paycheck. So hold on. Let me read this real quick. A top-down RPG inspired by MOBA mechanics, so unlocked camera and skill shots, but with some other game modes, dungeons, and battlegrounds, etc. Okay. You're gonna hate me, but I actually lock my camera because I play Singed. When I play League of Legends, I play Singed. So I lock the camera. Yep. Yeah, for Singed, I think it's like it's respectable. Exactly. Right? Like the better way would be to be unlocked and then just use spacebar to like hold it as I need it and then like move around as I need to like look farther. But honestly, if I'm getting ganked, I'm getting ganked. And like I don't need to see it ahead of time. What am I gonna do? Not run away? No, I'm just gonna keep running away. Like, yeah, like it doesn't change my strategy. Oh, it doesn't work on Linux anymore? Is it because of their Vanguard BS? I could see that. I could singe them with fire. That would be an interesting thing if someone like, like in Divinity, Original Sin, uh and Baldur's Gate 3, how like poison clouds can ignite with fire. That'd be interesting if someone could ignite Singe's like poison trail with fire. That would actually be really cool. I guess it would only matter or work if they had like element based resistance instead of just like straight up magic resistance. Yeah, it'd be more like there would just be like an ignite, like instant effect that like adds like a burst, and then it still just ticks like fire versus poison would. But I could see that being OP. And like honestly, Singed is actually pretty damn strong if you can play him right. Like he has a positive win rate right now without any like major buffs. He pretty much always has a positive win rate. But when it gets above like 54%, people riot. People complain. Even then, like all cloudy things really isn't much. Oh, they don't want to create more dual champs like Zaya and Rakan? Okay. That makes sense. I get it. I think it's actually kind of cool. Because then, like, yeah, you just use a ban. Right? Like, either you ban Singed or Brand anyway. Like, who cares? But here's the thing with Singed, all you need is another, like, fire person. And I would say explosions count too. So, like, there's plenty of champs that have explosions as part of their mechanics. Like, a Ziggs could ignite you. Like, a GP barrel could ignite you. Yeah, I feel like that would be kind of cool, actually. And also, it would have, like, a dual, like, double-edged sword effect where, like, yeah, if you're still, like, spawning, like, spilling out the poison when it gets ignited, that fire catches up to you and ignite, like, explodes and ignites you, too. So then it wouldn't be so OP. I would say like an enemy should be able to blow it up too. And then yeah, that creates like a crazy mechanic. Right? Like so you're leaving your poison to take like spawn whatever stuff and someone throws their like Zig bomb and ignites it on you and you didn't like cancel your poison. I mean, you could still do it versus a GP, but the key would be that you like it would force a Singe to actually toggle their poison off more often. That could actually be really good. If they ever do a Singe like rework again, I think we're onto something. I don't think his gun should do it. I think a barrel should. Well, a Nivea R wouldn't make any sense. Nasus W wouldn't make any sense. Now, I see this as being like a Singed only rework. Dude, they build systems like that all the time, though. They really do. They really do. But yeah, something to think about. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, they build systems like that all the time. Victor. Ooh, Victor and his lightning thing, yeah. You'd think it would kill the champion entirely? No, it shouldn't do that. I think it should be just like a burst of like an extra bit of splash damage, basically. So realistically, like, you know, you do it on a wave of minions, right? I mean, it would be a small burn like the poison that's already ticking anyway, right? So it would just change that poison damage to be fire damage, right? But there would be a quick burst of like 50 plus some amount of scaling. Bam, right? I could see that working. Again, like, will they do it? No, probably not. But I could see it being a thing. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, that sounds great. Odd Oculus. Like, dude, I'll do it on either this or the other stream, like anytime, for sure. That's fine, Donkey Fish, but Rumble would light himself up too. You know, and technically, if Rumble ignites it and it's already like on a bunch of minions, well, yeah, you just helped me last hit a bunch of minions too. The key would be if I see the Rumble getting close enough to do his fire for it, I should stop my poison so it doesn't actually get me. If I'm still spewing my poison while it gets ignited, well, yeah, that's on me. And it would actually encourage like higher level Singe play anyway. Again, like, I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I'm not sure this would be the right thing. It would probably be OP as fuck. One way or the other, you know? Either it gets Singed killed way more, or Singed kills way more. But I think it would be kind of cool. It's fun to think about, you know? Yes, I would think it does hurt teammates, but it would also hurt enemies. You know, like, it would go both ways. The damage is by. First friendly fire ability? Mm, I don't know. I would consider the Bard ult to be friendly fire when done wrong. Right? When you're playing with a bad Bard and he locks you in Yeah, it's not damage per se, but if it strands you in the middle of the enemy team while the rest of your team runs away, I'd call that friendly fire for sure. Tom Kench? Oh, Tom Kench could totally friendly fire you. Just throw you right into the middle of things? Yeah, yeah. At the same time, then, Rise. I would consider friendly fire if done wrong. Right? Not directly, but close enough. Oh, I forgot about the portals. Yeah, good call. Anivia Trundle walls are absolutely friendly fire a bunch of times. Yeah, for sure. And hey, what's up, Sergeant Pepper? Mr. Sir, what you up to, dude? You're right, because old Tom Kench could just do his ult at all times, right? Whereas instead to like well, hold on. I guess yeah, I don't remember. I never played Tom Kench in Earth back in the day. I don't remember how that worked. But yeah, terminal-based Postman clone. You have the basic functionality in. Now working on projects to save requests. Awesome. I would say, dude, this is the killer feature of any Postman-like tool, and it's not even Postman that did it. Insomnia, right? Again, Insomnia itself I consider dead because the company that bought it is basically killing it. Same way Postman is dead to me now, too. Right? Ipso facto. Look at how they massacred my boy. It's not dead, it's dead to me. Oh, shit. I fucked up. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Postman has definitely gone the like paywall corporate BS like way. So basically, however, the idea is dependent requests. So when I make a request to something like get business, we can see that my header here requires this response body attribute from an entirely separate request. So I can say, right, this value comes from the get API keys request. And I use a value from that response, which is $.production. And that gets put in as my API key for this request to get businesses with my API key. Yeah, the dependent request thing is amazing. So basically, you can build out these endpoints where, like, yeah, to get your whatever, right? You're going to get a response. It's going to happen. It's going to do that thing. When we go look at the token thing, like to create a transaction, I can use this token that is a value from that login endpoint. Yeah, I get that mini scruff. This dependent requests thing, oh my god. This is the magic. And you can define like how long that request should live for after 60 seconds. When you make this request, it makes the dependent request for you in this chain, so you don't have to do it automatically. So, or you don't have to do it manually. It just happens automatically. So if I haven't done this fetch in 60 seconds, the next time I do it, it gets me a brand new token to inject into this header. Right? Like, dude, the dependent request API is so much better than Postman's like scripts. So much better. You make this as a CLI tool, bare minimum, you're ready to get bought by Kong. You know, like some fucking company. I would say really like start to fiddle with Insomnia to understand the power of these dependent requests, the trigger behavior and all this stuff, right? Is it expired or do you just always resend the request, right? If there's no history for it because you just started again, do you do it? Yeah, I think you got this, like for sure, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the killer feature of Insomnia. To where like I would still keep using Insomnia even though they force the paywall login BS. I would still continue to use it for the moments where I actually need it. So yeah, dude, you make that and you start seeking investment, I'll invest. Yeah, Insomnia does like saving and imports and exports and stuff like that for sure. Yep. But yeah, so dude, thanks for the raid, man. Hold on. We did the shoutouts. Yeah, we totally did the shoutouts. I just wanted to double check. Wanted to make sure. Yeah, man. Really good idea. I like the idea of a terminal based CLI tool. Are you using like what are you using for like the TUI of it? Like what language are you building in? Yeah, I was gonna say like if it's Go, you should definitely be using Bubble Tea. I'm pretty sure you're like doing Rust though, right? Is there a good Rust TUI library? Yeah, it says Rust. Anathema. Oh, that's Togglebit's thing? Ah, he's the man. Yeah, anything that supports Togglebit, I'm in for it. Yeah, that sounds great. Anathema. Oh, that's a good name too. Ooh. Ah, Togglebit's awesome. I don't think so, Mini Scruff. Do you mean like the Anathema library? And yeah, Sergeant Pepper, feel free to link your project too. Yeah, awesome. CentCom. You may want to work on the name. Up to you. Okay, yeah. You just needed something. Yep, yeah, I'm a big fan of working titles. So absolutely. Yeah, great idea. Yeah, right? That's the thing. That's the best part about working titles. Just have something that you can use, and then you can change it later. So yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, great call. Working titles. Yep. Yeah, no worries there, Mini Scruff. Thanks for chilling. You know, we're getting towards our finishing point today as well. Like, I got more video editing to do over on other stream. We don't have to go yet, though. Time to get some dinner, and then we'll be back on. Hell yeah. All right, so hold up. Uh, Ken Wheeler has a really good post. He is out of the loop with the WordPress drama. So he said, someone explain the WordPress thing in 2 sentences. At which point, like, everyone's descriptions here are spot on, dead on balls accurate. It's a technical term. Or, sorry, it's an industry term. So basically, hold on. Here's a couple people's descriptions. Matt heads up WordPress and is a raging fucking prick about WP Engine not contributing back enough, in his view, and has pissed off 99% of tech as a result of being a giant post-economic douche nozzle. That was 1 sentence, but they nailed it. Here's another one. Photomat is mad that WP Engine is making tons of money off WordPress, so he slandered and threatened them. So they filed suit, and he absolutely lost his marbles, blocked all WP Engine users from updating their sites, took over a popular plugin in the repo, blocked everyone who said anything critical, and generally is just acting like a petulant child with lots of crying and name-calling. That was a good 2 sentences, even though the last one was a bit of a run-on. This one nails it, though. Mike Key says, Matt is a 13-year-old girl. WP Engine didn't invite Matt to the dance and called him a booch. So yeah, pretty good stuff. Honestly, that's a solid thread. Someone else chimes in, WP Engine get big, WP guy get big mad. Someone else chimes in, I can do it in 4 words. Children run the internet. Dude, yeah, like Matt Mullenweg has burned any and all goodwill and support that he had in the community by just being objectively awful. But he's post-economic, so he doesn't actually feel the burn from any of this. He made DHH seem reasonable. You know something is wrong when you're agreeing with DHH. Something is massively wrong in the universe. Plot twist, it's all a psyop to distract devs from the upcoming election. Dude, I did. I read his blog post about it, and it is such like a childish thing. Like, why can't you run a team? Why can't you scale a team? Ugh. Like, dude, it's so petty. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Matt Mullenweg's middle name is Petty. I could be wrong. Pretty sure his middle name is actually Petty. And if not, he should get it legally changed. Hold on, shit. Sorry, Donkey Fish. 1 second. Not a real link, it should be. There you go. Fixed it for you. All right, all right, all right. So yeah, CENTCOM seems great. Let me double check where we left off. We got lithium here. This is the app I'm building. The part we left off on Saturday was this part. I want this to be like resizable. Oh, and it looks great, except for the fact that we can make it way too narrow. And I want this thing to be like fully hidden. So yeah, this is some like drag and drop API shenanigans that we got to deal with. And also, it breaks. It only does a drag once. You shouldn't drag my width, Johnny. The user dragged my width once. Once. Damn, you didn't expect a Johnny Dangerously reference right now, did you? I'm just that good. Hold on. Let me double check something. Ooh, hold on. I found this online. If you're looking to get a good, cheap Aura Ring competitor and run your own software instead of paying a monthly fee, I'd say check that out. It doesn't have everything Aura has right now, but honestly, I want to check it out anyway. Right, a $300 Aura Ring for 20 bucks, and you can self-host the client software. That sounds awesome. The sizes they offer on AliExpress are not great, though. So that's part of the problem. All right, so oh, you know what? Hold on. That's the whole issue. Yeah, our drag end was the problem there. I'm pretty sure. So now we should be able to resize more than once. Ooh, maybe not. So that ends up like we're getting the log value just fine. Right, so I see the delta and the start width at what I would expect. And it just dragged again. Oh. Right, width can't be a negative value. So that's what's happening. And what we saw is like, as I'm letting go, the issue is that we're getting this like last event with a delta x of negative 782. And the way we're calculating that delta is we're using the offset. Interesting. Okay, so I have video editing I need to do, but I give myself something good to stew on for tomorrow. And logging oof actually sounds great. But logging off, the last drag event gives us a large negative value that causes snippet width to go negative. This breaks dragging on subsequent drags. So that's what we got to figure out tomorrow. Because, yeah, I need to get some food in my belly. Yeah, the autocomplete's really good. Yeah, Super Maven kind of nails it. Like, it's a really good tool. So yeah, let's think about who we're gonna go raid. I see Midnight Simon. RW Grimm. Nikwan Datasai? Yeah, you guys in for some data science? Yeah, let's do it. Nikwan Datasai. So yeah, everyone on YouTube, Twitter, and Algora, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Appreciate you. Thank you for letting me do my presentation recording earlier. I need to actually send that off tonight. But we're going to go say hi to Nikwan Datasai, and he's doing some data science stuff, some Plotly things and other things, and I don't know. Like, he does data science for the Cincinnati Reds, which is awesome. Like, that's super cool. He's the Moneyball guy for the Cincinnati Reds. So yeah, Algora, YouTube, and Twitter, I will bid you farewell. I'll see you guys tomorrow.